Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District regular board meeting of June 16, 2021. The board will be respecting orders from the Governor of California, the health officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines from the Center of Disease and Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Therefore, consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. To submit public comments electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 5 p.m. So at this time, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 3:34 p.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo?
Here.
Trustee Freeman? Dr. Freeman?
Here.
Trustee Nelson?
Here.
Trustee Stafford? Trustee Stafford?
I heard something.
Here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good, Tony.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you,
Okay.
Trustee Stafford. And Trustee Arauz here. Right. If you can please mute yourselves, thank you. I have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed by an electronic vote. The next item is invitation to address the Board of Trustees on closed session items only. Are there any public comments on closed session items, Mr. Bear?
There are no items on closed session items, Dr.
Okay.
Rouse.
Thank you, sir. The next item, now we are going to adjourn to close session. Item 4.1, do I have a motion to adjourn to close session?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Nelson and Trustee Dr. Freeman. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Therefore, we are adjourning to close session at 3:36 p.m.
You
Thank you. Welcome back to the Perris Junior High School regular board meeting. Our next item is 5.1, reconvene in public session. The regular board meeting of June 16, 2021 is reconvening at 5:02 p.m. Now, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, the next item, invocation, item 6.1, trustee Dr. Freeman.
Oh, very good. Well, I would like everybody to be thinking that it's getting better, that everything is getting better, that we're getting back towards whatever happened to qualify as normal. And I think that we should all take a moment and just feel how blessed we are that we have made it through, and that there's light out ahead at the end of the tunnel, and it's not the front of the train. So let's just be glad that we're all here, that we're all healthy, and that we will continue to do so, and that everybody will be finished with all of this very shortly.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. The next item is 7.1. We are going to have a recess of the regular board meeting to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. So we are recessing the meeting at 5:04 p.m. to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. So if we go to IC board, we are going to go to regular CMI board meeting, and we join the regular CMI board meeting. Señorita Festa, please let me know once all board members we are on the CMI meeting.
I'm just waiting on Dr. Freeman.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Perfect, thank you. At this time, I am going to call the California Military Institute regular board meeting to order at 5:05 p.m. I am going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo?
Here.
Trustee Freeman? Trustee Freeman?
You are muted.
You
Oh,
need to-
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm here, I think.
Thank you. Trustee Nellison?
Here.
Trustee Stafford?
Here.
And Trustee Arauz here. We have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed by an electronic vote. The next item is revision and adoption of the agenda for today, June 16, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Stafford. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was?
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got to sync something here. Oh, I know what I did. I was looking at the presentation one instead of the other one.
The vote was 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Okay, now we go to oral reports. CMITA President Mitchell Osborne. It's Mr. Osborne here?
Mr. Osborne is not here.
Is not here today. Okay, so we are going to go to 4.2, Principals Update.
Good morning, good afternoon, rather.
President RO, cabinet members, superintendent, board members. It is wonderful to see you again. I will be very brief this evening, and I just want to bring some great news from CMI that our summer school is taken off very well. It is by far the largest summer school CMI has had in a number of years, at least since I've been here. We are serving close to over 160 students in face-to-face instruction, and the protocols are being followed, and students are very excited to be back on campus. We're serving them breakfast and lunch. Want to thank our nutrition services for that. And we're very grateful that we can see the smiling faces of our students once again gracing our halls. I also want to take a moment and just say thank you for your support this year. Thank you. I know that you we're looking at some of the contracts that we are working on for next year, and I just appreciate your support. A number of people have helped with preparation for next year. We're working very hard to make sure that next year is very successful and that our teachers have the support and training that they need to be successful in the classroom. So again, I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the leadership of our board members and our amazing superintendent and our cabinet. Everyone's been just awesome this year, and I'm looking forward to a very successful next year. And I thank you again for your support.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Principal. The next item is invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items, Mr. Berry?
No public comments this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next item is an action item, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Stafford and Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now, please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Thank you. The next item is an action item, personnel, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz. Now let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Thank you. The next action item, 7.2, personnel, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 7.3 is also an action item, personnel, approval of recommendation for Commandant of Cadets for California Military Institute teacher, Jeremy Wall. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman
Second.
and Trustee
Aye.
Stafford.
Go ahead.
Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 7.4 is also an action item related to curriculum. Local Control Accountability Plan and Annual Update for the California Military Institute for 21-22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman. Are there any questions or comments regarding the LCAP for CMI? Okay, so we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. So let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next action item is from the Business Department, 7.5, adoption of the 21-22 California Military Institute budget. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Nelson, Trustee
Second.
Dr. Freeman. Thank you, sir. And we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's proceed to vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next is item 8.1, other items by our superintendent, Mr. Bennett.
Just one item. I just want to congratulate CMI students for the great job they did at graduation. It was something new for them being over at Perris High doing their graduation, but the kids did a great job. It was a good crowd. The parents are there, excited for the students. So it's really great to see those things happening, and we're able to do that to end the year. So thank you, Mr. Milosavljevic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. The next item, other items by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo, do you have any items?
Yeah, so I just want to say, CMI is doing great. I'm so glad. I'm excited for summer school. I'm so happy for them. I'm so glad for the team, and I like how we all work together and how we all respect each other. So Principal Nick, you're doing great, and I'm very excited for what the future holds.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Freeman?
Yes. Hi. I was waiting for you to call on me. I really enjoyed the graduation, and I think I would love it if all of our graduations were at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was just wonderful. It was a excellent, beautiful, and didn't take a long time either. You did a great job in having this, your people organized, Nick, and just keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Trustee Nelson?
Thank you, Dr. Around. I would like to say congratulations to all the graduates. Having a 100% graduation rate, which we talked about last week, is an awesome thing. It doesn't happen at every school, and I really think that's awesome. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it. I did still have work to do. With our graduations in this district being a week earlier this year, it kind of put the damper on my ability to make early graduation. So I'm sorry I missed it, but I'm sure it was great, and I can't wait to see how summer school turns out, how it all finishes up. So thank you for everything you guys do, and have a good summer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Trustee Stafford?
Yeah, I just want to say what a great job having 160 students over at CMI for summer school. That's a great job, and looking forward to coming over and touring the campus. So,
absolutely.
Okay, see you soon, Nick.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. And I just want to say congratulations to Nicholas for the wonderful job during graduation. I was also not able to attend because I was working, but the only thing that I have heard were wonderful things about the graduation. So thank you for that, as well as for summer school, what you were doing. And I want to say thank you to you and to all the staff members, all the teachers, classified staff, for all their support that they provided to our students during this last year. Very difficult year, but they did their best. And I really appreciate their commitment for our students to show them, guide them through this challenging times, and we still were able to get 100% graduation. Because this is what it's all about, right? We are here for our students, and that is the proof of the results of the wonderful job of the whole team that everybody is doing. So thank you again for that.
Thank you, sir.
And that concludes the comments by the Board of Trustees. And we are going to move to our next item, that is 10.1, to adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn the regular meeting of the California Military Institute?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Nelson and Trustee Dr. Freeman. We are going to proceed. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0, and the meeting is adjourned at 5:18 p.m. So thank you. We are going to.
So nobody leave the Zoom.
No, we stay here. We just need to
Switch the agenda.
switch the agenda, go to IC board, and go to the regular board meeting and join the meeting. Señorita Festo, please let me know once all the board members have joined the meeting.
I think we're just waiting on Trustee Nelson. Oh, everyone's in.
Okay, thank you, Señorita Festo. Okay, the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District is reconvening at 5:19 p.m. And our next item is 8.1, revision and adoption of the agenda for today, June 16, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? I'm
So
sorry.
moved.
Were you going to say? Yeah. Trustee Dr. Freeman?
Yes.
Second.
Trustee Stafford? Second. We are going to vote. Do we have any comments or anything that we need to do on before we approve the agenda, Mr. Ben?
Yes, sir. We do want to. We're gonna pull an item from the agenda. It's action item 13.6. So we're going to remove that from the agenda this evening.
Okay, 13.6. Okay. Are we okay with the motion? So we need to make a motion already with the change.
I believe you're okay. I believe you're okay.
You're okay. 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 So we are. I'm sorry, somebody was going to say something.
I was going to say, if we want additional changes, is now the time?
When we talk about individual items, and if we can vote before approving that specific item. What we are doing right now is that we are going to address all the items.
Okay.
Tony, if you want to pull something from the agenda, or then this is the time to ask for that. But if you want to talk about it, then you have to wait till the item comes up.
If it's something under consent calendar, Mr. Stafford, you'd ask for that to be moved to an action item so we could talk about it individually.
Well, I think we need to talk about it. 13.17.
That's not a consent calendar item.
That's an action, right?
When we get a motion and a second at that one, that's when you have the discussion about it.
Okay, I just want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine. Okay.
Okay. So we are going to vote then to approve the agenda, with the exception of the item that we are putting, that is 13.6. Correct, Mr. Bennett? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. We are going to vote on that. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Now we are going to continue with our oral reports. 9.1, report out of closed session.
There's nothing to report out of closed session this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. 9.2, district update by the superintendent.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rouse. Just a few things this evening. I just want to congratulate all the schools, the students, and the families for the lovely graduations we had a couple weeks ago. They all went really well, even though with the COVID we couldn't have practices, but the kids knew the game, and they did a great job, and it was great to see our families get to celebrate with their kids, even though it's been a tough year all the way around for everybody. But it was great to see the graduations go so well. I was really proud of our students and our schools. Mr. Milosavljevic talked about summer school at his school, 160 kids. We have 2,382 kids in summer school within the district right now. So it's the biggest one we've ever done. So we're excited the kids are there. They're excited about being at school, which is awesome for summer school. And the teachers are doing a great job of getting them going and helping them. Sorry, a squirrel just went on my window, so it bothered me. The teachers are doing great work with our students right now, getting them going and remediating some students and excelling other students. So we're happy with what's going on and proud of our staff for what they're doing. A couple weeks ago, I was able to attend a Liberty High School meet and greet. They called it. They set up tables over in Wheatfield Park over in Menifee, and they had kids that kids and families could come and meet the ASB people, the AVID people, the athletic coaches, the athletic director, and get a chance to get their name in on what kind of activity they want to be involved with. I was guessing we had between 300 and 400 people there at that event, which was great when you're thinking of a school that's going to be about 1,000 students. I want to congratulate Kirk. The School Employers Association of California sent me a letter and let me know that Kirk had graduated from the Negotiators Certification Program. So it's another feather in our cap for our district, having people well trained in what we need to do, and we all can tell that Kirk does a great job. Anyways, this is just another tool in his belt that he'll be able to use to work with both of our bargaining units. So thank you, Kirk, and congratulations. And that would conclude my report for this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Our next item, CSEA President, Mr. Josh Rushing. Is Mr. Rushing here?
I am. Thank you.
All right. Very good.
I'm trying to make everyone this year. I've only missed one so far, so I'm doing good. Thank you, Board President Dr. Rao, members of the school board, Mr. Bennett and cabinet. Yeah, it's been a year. I was looking back when listening to Mr. Bennett speak, and first of all, congratulations to Kirk on getting another certificate for bargaining. I'm sure, not that he needs it, we have a pretty good thing going on, but it'll be awesome for the district that he has that. But looking back, we've done something like 15 agreements, and our last two for this year on your guys' agenda tonight. I think we have a record in the district for agreements in a year. And I'm going to say this as honestly as I can. I never want to have 15 agreements in a year again. It's been a lot of time at the table, which we appreciate. It was needed work, but hopefully none of us have to ever deal with a pandemic and shutdowns and anything like that ever again. There was a couple items I had questions on the agenda tonight, but I've already shared those questions with the people that need to be shared with. So with that, I want to thank you all for your time, patience, and just working with CSEA and solving problems. We're still in reopeners negotiations. I believe we actually meet next week for another round. So we'll see where that takes us, and everyone have a great summer, and I'll see you in August.
Josh,
I'm here.
I was just going to say, we'd rather have 15 agreements than 15 grievances. So we're going in the right direction when we're doing agreements and not grievances.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Rushing. Okay, next item, 9.4.
Hello. I had a great meeting with Ed Services about the state mask policy for schools, which basically says people on campuses must wear masks. The conversation centered around what happens if a student does not want to wear a mask. The answer was surprisingly simple. No new policy is needed because it is a simple infraction, as any other infraction would be, and would follow the Ed Code prescribed steps for interventions to correct the behavior. PSEA recognizes that this is a state order and not a district level order, and so must be followed in the schools. It is also PSEA's perspective that our members are not burdened with the charged emotions of the should we be wearing masks or not debate. Having that policy already in place removes this emotional burden. Our members have a process and policy to fall back on. Educators educate and enforce school rules, but do not necessarily make those rules at a state level. We will collaborate with Ed Services to have this process re-communicated to the members in the fall. Thank you for working with PSEA, and thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you to Mr. Miller for his message. Next is 9.5, comments by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to say also congratulations to all the graduates. It was a great graduation week, and it was the first time for me, so it was very exciting to see all the students, and it was also great to fist pump all of them, so that was pretty fun. And I also would like to thank Candace and the rest of the finance team who helped create the Bond 101 meeting. That actually really helped me a lot. And before the meeting, I was really scared. I was like, I don't know anything, but no, it ended up being like, you guys really know how to explain things very well for me. So thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate that. Also, very excited for summer school. I'm excited for the kids to go back because then it's more normalcy for them and for all of us as well. So I'm so happy for all of them to go back and to see and to know that it's a lot of students. That is amazing. That's really great to hear. And I hope everyone has a great summer. It's really hot out, so probably just stay indoors for right now because it was hot out there. But I hope everyone has a fun, safe summer, and that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Dr. Freeman.
Okay, did I turn this on or off? You hear me okay? Okay,
Yes.
Great. First of all, Mr. Williams brought up something before the meeting that reminded me. I'm sure glad that our graduations were not this week. Secondly, it was amazing to be there at the Perris, particularly the Perris High School graduation, when our newest board member, who is a graduate of that school, was the speaker. And I could just sense that everybody out there was just, they gave them something to think about. And I said, it is amazing. You know, she's what, 7 years older than they are. So they could really relate to that. And I want to say congratulations on your first speech. And as for the rest of it, I just hope we survive this heat. Fortunately, I don't know about my air conditioning bill, but let's have a great summer and get back to school and get back to whatever normality is.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Trustee Stafford.
I'm just thankful for surviving the week and getting through the graduations. I was in a little bit of difficulty, and thank you so much, Mr. Skorpanich, for assisting me. The graduates, I could see the difference in them from previous years, and I just wish them all the best, and that hopefully that Monday morning, which has already come for them, that they'll understand what I was talking about. So it's just glad to be here. Glad it's not so hard to get through the heat when you just stay indoors and stay cool. So hopefully all our kids are relaxing. All the athletes are staying safe, and we just take care of ourselves. We've been doing that for a lot of months now, and I think we're more in tune to ourselves than we've ever been. So let's stay with that and have a great summer.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Trustee Nelson?
Thank you, Dr. Rao. I would like to just congratulate, like some of my previous board members had stated, just congratulate the seniors who graduated this last year. I know it's been a rough, last 13, 14, 15 months, something like that. But you guys persevered and made it through, and you had to deal with new learning style, new everything this year. So kudos to you guys for going through all of that and coming out the other end. I'm really excited to see how well summer school turns out for all the comprehensive campuses, and see how many students we get that can make some credit recovery. And that's about it. So I just wish everybody a happy summer, and come back refreshed and ready to go for the new school year in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. I just want to say also congratulations to all of our graduates from all the high schools. You demonstrated a lot of perseverance, and we are very proud of you. And I wish you the best. I want to say thank you to your parents and the parents of all of our students throughout the district for their patience, their support, their understanding, their input also that they provided through these challenging times that while we were making difficult decisions related to the education of your students. So thank you for doing that, for providing your input, and please continue to do that throughout the years to come. Your input is really, really important. We want to hear from you. We represent you, and we want to have that information from you. I want to say thank you also to all of our teachers and our classified staff for all your support to our students during the last 14, 15 months, how Trustee Ellison mentioned. It was not easy. I know that it was very difficult to having to close our schools on March 13, Friday, March 13, and 2 days later, over the weekend, you were teaching on distance learning. It was really, really difficult, but you were very supportive of our students, and we appreciate that. Thank you also to Educational Services for coordinating the biggest summer school for our students, and for providing the opportunity to make up those credits that for different circumstances our students were not able to pass during the regular year. So a wonderful job, and hopefully we are seeing the end of the light at the end of the tunnel, and we are looking forward to having our students in person at the beginning of this new school year. So thank you, everyone. That is the next. We are going to move to the next item. That is invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items, Mr. Bennett?
No public comments this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Okay, thanks, sir. The next item is our consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman? We have a second.
Second.
Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz? Aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Our next item is an oral report, 12.1, Liberty High School Traffic and Street Improvements Update.
Okay, and Dr. Rao, while Sarah gets that presentation up there, at the last meeting, you, Dr. Rao, had actually asked a question and requested some additional information on Liberty High School, as you all know, and so that the public that may be watching is reminded of. We have a new school opening next year, yay. That's been a lot of work, but what we've done is we've asked Dr. Good to provide an overview of the traffic and street improvements happening in and around Liberty High School. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Good.
Thank you, Candace. And Dr. Rao, thank you at the last meeting for bringing up this topic because, obviously student safety, vehicular and pedestrian safety are items that we all take incredibly seriously. It just seems that as we get back to a more normalized situation, traffic is ramping up and so the risks to students become, that much more real. But we're very excited to share with you tonight why we're so confident about what we're developing at Liberty High School, and we want to share that with you. But I've had the privilege, Candace, if you could go to the next slide. I've had the privilege of working on the Liberty Project since day one. That was back in 2008. And I'd like to take just a moment to kind of share a perspective on how this project relates to the overall facilities master plan, because back in 2007, 2008, just after we had opened Heritage High School, it became pretty apparent that there was a qualitative chasm, if you will, between the facilities that existed at existing campuses like Pentecostal and Perris High School. And so it really became a guiding principle of the master planning efforts to establish a comprehensive high school in each of the 4 areas that you see here that were facilities-wise, on a par, just as qualitatively, excellent as Heritage. But more importantly, programmatically, we wanted the 4 comprehensive schools to provide students in their home attendance areas a great opportunity to receive the best education that we can. And we don't hold any beliefs that facilities drive, anything. It's certainly the quality of staff, teachers, of students and of families that cause that. But we really felt like facilities were getting a little bit in the way at Pentecostal and Perris High School. And I'm just so excited about where we're headed. And so this principle of creating, equal school facilities in all 4 of these attendance areas is going to be achieved. And, it's really, really important to us. Candace, if you could go to the next one. And it's interesting when, and Grant, maybe you can help out with historically with some of this, but I wasn't here when Perris High School opened, but I've heard stories. It so happens that Perris High School, from a traffic perspective, is our very best campus because we have streets on 3 sides, and we've got Perris Boulevard, Nuevo, and Ruby. So it really helps to distribute the traffic and the flow of students and cars. Unfortunately, when Paloma opened, Grant, I think in 1995, there really were very limited ways into the campus. Maybe only Bradley existed. I don't think that
Bradley was the only paved road into the school.
Right.
People used Craig Road, but if it rained and got those ruts in there, it was craziness. So yeah, it was only Bradley.
So that created a real challenge, and to this day, Paloma still has traffic challenges. We're working on a project there now that includes improvements for that, which we'll continue to share with you. But nonetheless, traffic at Paloma, is an issue. To me, the one that was really difficult was Heritage, because Heritage really only has, and Mr. Stafford, you know better than any, or as well as Grant, that it really only has one way in off of Briggs. And Hector and I have spent countless hours with residents, with City of Menifee staff, County of Riverside staff on ways to improve that. And, and I think we have done that, to a certain degree. But the beauty is that through all of these projects, we've learned lessons. And I'm so excited to share with you the plan that we have put together at Liberty, because it really takes advantage of those lessons that we've learned, and I really think we've done it right. Now, does that mean that we don't have challenges? No. I mean, this has been a couple of very challenging construction years. We're not anywhere near as far as we would like to be, either at the high school or on the adjacent project, but we'll talk about that a little bit. But and I'd really like to thank Erica. I mean, she's been very patient with, you know, as we've worked through the process of planning for opening the school and dealing with, you know, potential delays and what are the plans to, you know, to satisfy the needs that she has. She's been very, very helpful. But anyway, Candace, if you can go to the next slide. I'm sorry, Candace, can you go back just one? Just quickly, if you look at this map, to me it's interesting because while it shows that Liberty appears to be out in the middle of nowhere, from a master planning standpoint, that's exactly what we did with Paloma back in the 90s. It's exactly what we did with Heritage in the 2000s. And as you have seen, development just seems to fill in around high schools. They're kind of magnets for development. So in this case, as we're analyzing how we best deal with traffic, the biggest pockets of students will be coming from the top left of the attendance area by Menifee Lakes, down on the bottom left by Mapleton, and then down in the bottom middle by the developments at Spencer's Crossing and in that area. So that kind of gives you a perspective. But that does not mean that the area around Liberty High School is not planned for significant development, even though it's pretty barren right now. So now, Candace, next one. This next graphic is, I'm sorry that it looks a little strange, but let me explain it. The area on the left half of the screen is really the city of Menifee, and the blue shows developments that are occurring right now. It shows the density of development as an example up near Menifee Lakes. So you kind of get a feel for where kids are living, where they're going to be coming from. But equally as important, on the right, while you may think that not much is going on out by Liberty, Liberty is the big blue dot, there is currently a project next door to us, the Ververde project, that has 511 units. The model homes, Hector, I believe, are done now and ready for, you know, potential buyers to come look at. And right below the blue dot, there is a track map that Hector and I have been working with the developer on that is coming, you know, in the not too distant future. And then the other goldenrod and red areas that are marked, those are developments that are in various stages of planning right now. So as you can see, while it may feel that Liberty is kind of out in the middle of nowhere, it's really going to be perfectly located when these developments, you know, come to fruition. Okay, Candace. I think it's interesting that for you to see that this is Liberty High School in relation to Harvest Hill STEAM Academy, which is a K-8 school through the Menifee Union School District, but less than a mile to the west of us, Menifee is working on elementary school number 15. They're projecting that will be open in for the 2023 school year. So you can see there's a cluster of educational facilities that are well located to meet the development that we, you know, anticipate will be coming. Okay, Candace. I'm really proud of this because words are cheap, and when you put your money where your mouth is, that says a lot more. But Hector and I have worked with the County of Riverside, the city of Menifee, for the last 8 years, and we've really tried to set the standard for how important vehicular and pedestrian safety is. So we began in 2013 when we had started the planning for Liberty High School with the County of Riverside Transportation and Land Management Agency to really start to work on street designs adjacent to and near the Liberty High School site. At that point, what we did, and when I mean putting our money where our mouth is, we volunteered to include the planning for the adjacent streets, but also at the intersection of Leon and Scott, there's a traffic signal that was required of not only of us, but of area developers. We took the lead on planning that, on designing it, and most importantly, we included that in our bid documents for the Liberty High School project. So in advance, we have, in essence, we have advance funded that project. And I believe it was at our last board meeting that you approved the cooperative agreement, which basically, Mr. Nelson, I think as you stated so appropriately, is really a reimbursement agreement that all of the developers and the city of Menifee and the county that are in the agreement will pitch in and help pay for that. So, but I feel so, it's important that we set a standard that how important traffic safety and planning is. And I think that sent a message how sincere we are about, you know, those ideas for the school that we're going to be opening. Hey, Candace?
Mr. Good, I'm sorry.
Yes.
If we can go back to the same slide, Ms. Rains, can you expand a little bit about the specifics of the improvement project on the intersection of Leon and Scott? Specifically, what it takes, that improvement? What is that project about, and how that is going to help to improve traffic and safety conditions?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that project is commencing right now, and the goal is for that to be completed by the first day of school. But it's a really important intersection because right now, frankly, it's challenged given the amount of traffic that happens right now, let alone when the school opens and developments continue to come on the scene. So what it includes, Dr. Arauz, is a installation of a traffic signal there that will be really important, that will be coordinated with the school beginning and dismissal times. It includes improvements to that intersection to some degree. There are some drainage improvements that need to be addressed that will be included. But it basically just sets a way for a much larger amount of traffic to come through in larger segments rather than one car at a time, which would frankly be devastating. As you know, if you think of your school, it's going to be much better. So that will be coordinated with the multiple signals that are in front of the school. And Hector, if you want to add anything to that, but we're in the process of improving installing all of those signals right now.
Yeah, all that equipment has been ordered, and part of that project is also the widening of the intersection, and then we're putting in right-hand turn pockets. So when cars are turning, they're out of the main flow of traffic, and then infrastructure for future crosswalks. So when that area is built out enough, we have crosswalks and safe ways for kids to walk to school.
Does that help, Dr. Arauz?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Fred
and
Hector. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please, Candace. Okay, this is something, again, that I'm really proud of because Hector and I have pushed hard on the county for this, but the little yellow square in the middle is our high school site. And again, while it may look like it is, the school is out in the middle of nowhere, really what we have done is the green streets, if you will, are streets that are at least 4 lanes. So all around the area of the high school, those are master planned to be at least 4-lane streets. The Leon Road, which is the school upon which our school fronts, is a large 134 lineal foot, kind of major highway, if you will. And so I think what you can see is that we have requested the county to really take a hard look at and what they're going to be demanding of developers in road improvements as they bring track maps in that are going to be impacting this area, both from our school, but also from a traffic standpoint. So I feel really good for the area within the Liberty High School attendance area. Over the long haul, street improvements will be there. Now, the reality is that there's no magic printing press for money. It takes developments to come in and help fund these improvements. But for the time being, I at least feel really good that we have set the standard with the county that we expect developers are going to step up just like we have and provide, safe routes to schools for both for cars, but also pedestrians. And I wanted to note that what Hector and I worked really hard on is, Candace, could you possibly go back to where we show the development right next to Liberty High School? There we go. I'm really excited about this because this was a big ask and we won on this. The development in the turquoise or the light blue is the Bravada project that I mentioned where the model homes are completed. And the street on the bottom of the turquoise, Wickard, is also the street that is the bottom of our high school site. The street on the top of the turquoise or the light blue is Garbani. And while that is a little north of us, that is the street that's currently being improved by Bravada, all at their expense as part of the mitigation agreement. But equally as important, all the way around that 511 unit tract, there not only is a 10-foot sidewalk, there's a 16-foot horse trail that goes all the way around the project. And our discussion with the county was that we wanted that as a pedestrian way for students to get to school who might be walking from the Bravada project to Liberty. So that's all the way around that project. Other than that, we really don't envision mini walkers at all because there just isn't the development there yet. But again, we have set the standard for what we expect developers to put in as far as sidewalks and footpaths for students who in the future may be walking. Okay, Candace. This to me is the lessons learned from Heritage, Paloma, and other projects in the district. So on the bottom of the screen is Leon Road, that large road that we talked about. To the left of the screen, that will be Wickard Road, which will be done by the start of school as well. What we've intentionally done, and Wickard Road will continue up to the north, up to the west, and will eventually connect with Briggs. But in the interim, it will connect with El Centro. Why this slide is so important to me is we have done a great job of separating student parking up in the area that's bordered in green. On the bottom is staff and visitor parking. So it's not just that the parking facilities are separated, but there's streets that will allow different paths of travel so that students won't have to come all the way down to Leon Road to access the student parking. Now, keep in mind, with the school opening with 9th and 10th graders, there's not probably going to be a lot of students driving the first year or two, but ultimately, this is a great plan to separate, student drivers from, visitors and staff parking and drop off. Special education buses will have a route or a place where they can drop off students just to the right of, in that circular area, to the right of the red parking for staff and visitors. Athletic buses, etc., will be drop off participants up in the green area adjacent to the stadium and the track and field. It's just such a relief to have this plan as opposed to what we, had to live through at Heritage. Paloma's a little better, but this just feels really, really good. I'm really excited about it and feel good. Hey, Candace? This just gives you a fairly recent aerial, and don't let this stun you, because as Hector always reminds us, they're getting ready to pour a lot of the flat work, and this is going to look, a lot different. But from Erica's perspective, those blue buildings are the ones that are really, really important, because that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. But again, you can see student parking up at the top of the graphic, staff and visitor parking down off of Leon.
And just really quickly, Fred, just as an update, July 9th, you'll see a lot more green on the left side of that field. That's when our sod starts coming in for the athletic fields. And so that's a big milestone. And then, like Fred says, a lot of concrete is going down now. We're waiting kind of towards a little closer to opening, so we're not driving big equipment, tractors and equipment over the new concrete. So a lot of the work is happening inside the buildings, but first, second week in July, you'll see a lot of green out there. Thank goodness.
A lot of green and gray.
Yeah, a lot of green and gray.
So just to get you oriented, this is, if you were at the picture, the photo on the left, if you were at the northerly end of the school site on Leon, this is looking back down towards toward the campus. The picture on the right is a very small street that we were asked to at least put in curb and gutter. It won't be paved at this point, but it's more of a service lane, if you will. It's at the very, very north end of the site. It's called, I think it's actually called Meadowgate, but.
Oh, sorry, that was my typo.
Nope, that's all right. Candace, if we can go to the next one. Now, these are two really important pictures. So let me start with the picture on the right. This is Wickard that has been already installed, paved by the developer, by Bravada. And this is looking from almost the Menifee city limits to the east toward the high school site. So it's paved all the way to our high school site. On the left, what you see is you're now looking from Leon back toward the other direction. We're not paved yet on Wickard. It's our responsibility to pave that, but dealing with an existing water line, putting in the new water line, all of that is occurring now. But again, we're doing everything possible for that to be done for the first day of school. But that Wickard thoroughfare from Leon all the way through to El Centro becomes really a really important secondary route to get to the school. Okay, Candace? Okay, now, Dr. Arauz, this is the intersection that you were talking about down at Leon and Scott.
Yes,
and as a high school principal, I'm sure you just shudder looking looking at that with no signal and none of the improvements that Hector described. But this is if you were coming from the 215 freeway on Scott Road headed to the Leon Scott intersection. This is a fairly routine time of day that Hector took this picture, and yet look at the traffic build up there, because only one car can advance at a time. On the other hand, if you look at the right-hand side, that's as if you were exiting Liberty High School and heading to the south. You're going to that intersection. You can still see it's awfully anemic, and the improvements are really going to help. Okay, Candace?
Thank you.
This is the one that really hurts. And it hurts because Hector and I completely understand why this has happened. But this is Garbani Road. And it is just to the north of our school site. It's the responsibility of Bravada to improve it from from the intersection of Leon and Garbani all the way headed to the west toward Briggs. This becomes a really important thoroughfare for those students that are coming from Menifee Lakes area, et cetera. And unfortunately, the delays that we were experienced because of things like Edison, County of Riverside plan check, well, those maladies have also struck the developer. And so it is not going to be ready for the first day of school. There's no way to sugarcoat that, that's a problem. But we're dealing with Erica and on alternative plans for the first month or so until they get this done. But it's the reality, and we wish it weren't the case, but it's a challenge, but we're going to get through it. And to me, the key will be communication with parents and students and staff that here's the delay, here are the reasons for it. More importantly, here are the alternative routes that we will use to safely get you to and from school for, until this road opens. Hey, Candace. So with that, that's probably more than you ever wanted to hear about roads at Liberty High School, but I'm so proud of what everybody has done. But, we wanted to, hear your discussion and or questions.
Do we have any questions for the other board members?
The last Garbani Road, I believe I've been on there numerous times. So that's what it looks like now. It was paved and able to travel it before, right?
Yeah, Tony, the county had an issue. If you remember driving Garbani, it had a couple hills.
Yeah, I had those hills.
So now with increased traffic, they were worried that those crests on those hills, the top of the hills, you couldn't see oncoming traffic. So they're making the developer flatten it out a little bit. They're widening. If you look at this picture, there's the power poles. They're going to make them underground, those power poles, and just makes the street safer. And just like Fred said, every roadblock and every pandemic-related, insert problem here, issue that we've encountered, the developer has encountered too. So now they're behind schedule, and it won't be open for the first day of school.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm looking at what I thought I am. So
that's
okay,
that's our back way.
Okay.
So Mr. Stafford, so Hector and I every day have these coronaries about trying to get classrooms ready for Erica and the kids and the staff. And a couple of weeks ago, I was driving out there, and I had the same experience. Where did Garbani go?
Yeah, I was using that road, so that's I missed that. I was able to take a tour with Hector and Grant, set it up, and it was very impressive. I like to know everything about a school, which way the wind blows, every little thing. So I really appreciate what you're showing here, and a little more of the traffic signal setup coming out of the school on the faculty parking side. I'm trying to envision that, but because the buses come in on the back side, right? Yeah.
Candace, can you go back to the site plan? Just very quickly.
Yeah, just real quick. Yeah.
Yeah. So the other one,
the colored one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right there.
Okay.
So you can see the two entrances. So the wide entrance, that's the way onto the campus. The one all the way to the right. You enter there. There's a traffic signal that's going to be installed there. You go through. You go all the way to the right to that circle. You go across the front by the theater and the admin and the gym, and then you exit at that left entrance, that left exit. And there's a traffic signal there as well. And then also all the way to the left on Wickard, there's a traffic signal there. So there's a total of 4 traffic signals that we're working on, the one down in Scott and Leon and the 3 in front of the school.
Okay, so if you went all the way up to, say you're trying to get to the back of the stadium where the student parking is there's not really a need for a signal back there, but I was just wondering what was back there.
historically, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well, that borders the development.
It does, and interestingly, that is called Brandon Lane. That used to be a street. We've made it a private driveway that is really only for use to the student parking. So there really isn't the need for a signal there.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good, good. And the buses will come in on that first right, in front of student parking, right?
Yeah, buses come in off of Wickard in the back by the stadium. We have a bus drop-off lane if we had busing.
But
for sports events, when students get dropped off, they drive back there and get dropped off by the stadium.
Yeah, yeah, okay. That works. To get it open, yeah. Okay. I don't want to mix the subjects up because I could ask a million questions. So I'll leave it at that. So
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee
Very good. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Dr. Freeman, please.
Thank you. Hector, Candace, Fred, this is fantastic. I haven't thought of anything for Hector and Candace yet, but Fred, you should change your last name to Great.
Well, I don't want to spoil this because I'm proud of Liberty High School, but I'm not any more proud than what Perris High School is going to be. I'm just giving you advance notice.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Do we have any other comments? I'm not able to see Trustee Nelson or Trustee Vallejo. So,
no, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
No. Okay. Thank you, sir. What about you, Trustee Vallejo?
No, I don't either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you to Fred, Hector, Ms. Rains, and the whole team for this presentation. And I want to say thank you also for the approach that you are giving when you are facing a situation like the one described by Fred. We have the challenge, you identify the challenge, and you focus on potential solutions. So thank you for working with the principal also to address those concerns. There are some concerns and there are going to be some issues that there's going to be, we will face them, right? And that is the important thing, that we face them, that we look for solutions, always filtering those decisions and those potential solutions on how we are going to benefit our students. And I'm sure that's the filter that you have been using when you are looking at that. So thank you for being proactive and for doing your best to support this process. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you for the presentation, and we are going to go to the next action item. That is 13.1, personnel, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson.
Second.
And Trustee Dr. Freeman. So we are going to vote. Are there any questions or comments in terms of personnel certificated action items? No?
Yes, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Crawford.
Because the district's expanding and people are moving around and we're bringing in a lot of new people, we don't tend to know. I mean, I'm seeing it change and I don't know who's where. And of course, there's new people with Liberty and all these adjustments that we're making. Is there a way the board could be a little more updated on the AP situation through the district? Grant, I think we talked about that some. Could you maybe touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, we're in the process of hiring 5 new assistant principals for the district. We had held out on hiring any this year because the COVID thing and looking at the budget. So we're now backfilling those positions at the comprehensive high schools. 2 will be at Paloma because their assistant principal moved to Perris Lake as assistant principal, and Mr. Garrity left, so we had 2 spots there. We have 2 spots at Heritage. Mr. La Rochelle went to Liberty, and then we didn't replace Mr. Cooper last year when he left. And then we have 1 at Perris High School that we're replacing this year. So we're in the process of doing that. On today's agenda, we have 2 of them that we're looking at hiring right now, and we have interviews tomorrow to look at to fill in the other positions.
Okay. Just so to get an idea of who our APs will be and who the staff is at the sites. I like to keep up with it because it's, you know, when you go to the sites, you know, you're looking for admin and you're looking for different personnel, and things do change. So
if I can interrupt really fast, one of the things, Mr. Stafford, and I agree wholeheartedly. One of the difficulties we've had over the last year and a half is whenever we've hired new people, well, first of all, we haven't. To Mr. Bennett's point, we've left a lot of our AP positions unfilled. But then prior to that, when we would hire people, we would bring them to the board meetings, so the board would have an opportunity of meeting our new hires, and in particular our administrators, and we haven't really had a chance to do that over the last year. But it's my intention, once we actually are back to meeting in person, that we're going to have the opportunity of meeting both our new hires for our certificated employees as well as our administrators, so that way you as the board get a chance to meet them and know who they are and actually see them for the first time. So we're keep fingers crossed. Hopefully that'll take place in the August meeting.
Okay. Just going backwards a little bit, we used to have our opening day and we'd all assemble at Heritage or one of the sites, and you could see the older people, you'd see the new people. Now the names on these personnel lists, I used to know everybody on the list. Now I don't. So and trying to keep up with that a little better, and just out of respect for the employees and know who they are. And that's my concern. I don't like to lose touch with any of our staff. So, but okay. So we can move on then.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Excellent question and comment, and thank you, Mr. Bennett and Mr. Skorpanich, for answering. Do we have any other questions from the board members? I'm able to see only Mr. Stafford on the screen.
No questions for me. Thank you.
None for me.
None for me. Perfect. So I just wanted to summarize, Mr. Bennett. How many APs are we going to have then in total starting this new school year for high school?
We'll have 1 at Liberty, 3 at Perris High, 3 at Heritage, and I believe we have 4 at Paloma Valley. Is that right, Mr. Skorpanich? Yes. And 1 at Perris Lake High School, 2 at Pinacati.
Oh, okay. And when you say 3 at Heritage and at Perris High School, plus the AD, right? Who is
Correct.
The administrator. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. If we don't have any other questions, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nellison?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Now, please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was...
I'm stuck on, let's see if I can get back here. Oh, there it is. Okay. It should be there. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item is also an action item, personnel. Memorandum of Understanding between the Perris Union High School District and the California School Employees Association in its chapter, Perris Valley.
Dr. Rouse, I think you jumped forward too far because we haven't done the classified personnel yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Bennett. You're right. I skipped 13.2. It's personnel, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion for the classified personnel action items?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman,
Second.
and Trustee Vallejo. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Now is 13.3 personnel memorandum of understanding between the Perris Union High School District and the California School Employees Association in its chapter Perris Valley number 469 regarding the community aid bilingual / community liaison bilingual. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Dr. Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Are there any questions or comments regarding this action item?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.4 is also a personnel action item, memorandum of understanding between the Perris Union High School District and the California School Employees Association in its chapter Perris Valley 469 regarding the one-way video interview. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson?
Second.
I heard two voices, but I
Give
was
it to
not
the
able-
young lady.
Okay, Trustee Vallejo. I was not
Second.
able to. Trustee Vallejo second. Okay. Are there any comments or questions regarding the one-way video interview?
I have a comment. I don't feel comfortable with this process. I don't know why, but I think it's a way of screening people out. I haven't seen it in depth, and I haven't had the time to do it. And Mr. Bennett did explain to me the process, and I think we were supposed to set something up, and we didn't. I didn't get to that point, so I'm kind of flying blind. Sort of like, does it just? Do the other districts use this? Dr. Rao, does your district use this, or does someone have an example?
Not to my knowledge, Trustee Stafford. Mr. Skorpanish, do you think we have enough time right now that you could give us kind of a brief explanation, expand into this process, and what are the implications, as well as differences and similarities of what we are doing?
Sure.
The rationale for doing it, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate that, Dr. Rao, and I appreciate the questions that are being asked. So this item right here is an approval of an agreement between the California School Employees Association, our local chapter, and the Perris Union High School District. Because one of the things that, just like what you're questioning, is CSC, our local CSCA chapter said, hey, we know you've made this modification because of COVID, but we really want to make sure that our employees are taken care, that our members are taken care of, and that no one is missing out as a result of that. So we actually had a number of negotiation sessions with CSCA on this particular topic to talk about this item, to make sure that we were addressing any and every concern that our classified employees shared regarding this, even concerns that they may anticipate happening. And so that gives you a brief overview, but to help explain how it works, and it is rather cutting edge in terms of what we're doing, and we see this a lot in the corporate world right now. And we're one of a handful of agencies that are using it within the public sector, particularly public school settings. And the way it works is it's very, very, very similar to an in-person interview. And that the way that we do it is we go through our normal screening procedures for our employees, whatever that might be for whatever position we're looking at, which may include testing and it's including the screening, the paper screen and everything like that. We screen it down to the candidates that will be invited to an interview. And those candidates are provided the opportunity of doing an interview through this one-way interview process. So they log into the particular product we use is called Spark Hire. They log into the Spark Hire account, and they are all asked the same exact questions in the same exact way and provided the same exact opportunities to answer those questions. However, the difference is rather than saying, okay, you have a 10 o'clock appointment in the Human Resources Department, they're provided the opportunity of saying you have this interview, this one-way interview via Spark Hire, and you have until like the end of the week to get it done. So the candidates don't have to take the time away from a current job they have or readjust their schedule to come in and meet. And they do it on their own at their own time. And we see people completing the interviews at all different hours of the day and all different locations. But they're all asked the exact same questions, and they're all provided the exact same opportunity. It's at that point that the panel that would normally be meeting with the candidate in person in the entire panel, that panel reviews all of those interviews and scores them just like they would in a live interview session, and then comes together and develops consensus around that interview. And each position is a little bit different. And so in many of our positions, what we do is we actually, particularly our manager positions, we will invite those individuals back for another live interview in person, or even a third live interview in person. And Mr. Bennett had mentioned before that we're doing some assistant principal interviews tomorrow, and it's that exact same process. We did a one-way interview, then they got screened into a live interview, and now they got screened to another live interview that we're bringing them into. There are a ton of advantages regarding this, and I completely understand the concern about maybe using it as tools to screen people out, but it actually is this opportunity of increasing the efficiency and the opportunities for the candidates that are applying. And what that includes is that they have flexibility as to when they want to do it in a time that's convenient for them. The panel members have flexibility on when they're reviewing the interviews. And but the panel still comes together and develops the consensus, just like our employee selection guide dictates in terms of how we do things. And it's all handled through the Human Resources Department. So we're the ones that are monitoring it and making sure that the process is fair and transparent for everybody. The other great thing that came out of this agreement with CSEA is that we've agreed that one of the things we're also doing is that over this first year of implementation, and we started implementing it, but during this first year of implementation, what we're always doing is we're reaching out to all of our classified employees or all of our classified candidates, and we're allowing them the opportunity of providing feedback. And then that data is going to be shared through an anonymous survey after the fact. And then that data is shared with our CSEA bargaining unit so that we can review it together and make sure that if we need to make any adjustments, we can, and we can change things. And so we're getting that anonymous feedback to make sure that what we're doing is the right for all of our employees. So it's increased the efficiency tremendously in terms of hiring processes. And that's one of the big things, because we can screen and then within the same day allow people to begin the interview process, where the other way of doing it is saying, okay, we're going to screen the candidates today, and we're going to invite the candidates in for an interview next week, and then it's after that we are going to do reference checks and things, and it moves things from being several weeks before we hire people to hiring in many instances within a week of the time the position actually closes. And that's really helped us out a lot, especially as we have started to reopen and started to fill positions now that students are coming back on campus. So hopefully I can give a brief overview and answer some of those questions that you have. And I'm more than happy at any point in time, if any board member would like to come in and take a look at it, I'd be more than happy to show it to you and walk you through it and take a look at it. And then we also have staff here that help any candidates that are applying. In fact, one of the other parts of the agreement is we want to make sure that the technology doesn't get in the way. So we have people that are here that if individuals would like, they can come right into the Human Resources office and we'll walk them through exactly how to complete it and get it done. So it's kind of transitioning like when we used to do applications in paper and pencil, and then we went to an online application system. It's kind of like that next step. And it was really, the impetus of this really came out of doing virtual interviews during the pandemic, and it allowed us to find a way of even doing them better and more efficiently, and a process that maintains the integrity of ensuring that we're providing equal access to everybody that's applying.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Skorpanish. That I have some questions. It was a thorough explanation. So we did during the pandemic, we did the online interviews, right? So it's not the same that we are talking about, right?
Correct.
This one is says one-way video interview. So first of all, are we going to be using this process for all the positions classified and certificated?
We have been using them for all of the positions recently, yes.
For all the positions, okay. I applied for campus supervisor today, classes, and everybody, we are going to have the opportunity, if I'm selected, what am I going to receive?
So it's a great question. So just like we would in a normal campus supervisor recruitment, we may have testing as part of that. So once we first review your application, and if you meet the minimum requirements, that you'd be brought in for testing here. And then out of that, we use that as a screening mechanism to invite people for an interview. So the next thing you would get is, rather than saying, okay, you have an interview in a week or two to come into the Human Resources Department, you would be notified that, hey, congratulations, you've been selected for a one-way interview, and check your email. And so then individuals have their email that they would check. And then they would have the opportunity, a window of opportunity to complete that interview at a time that's convenient for them. And it's completely similar how I'm talking to you. You get a prompt at the beginning, and it tells you what the question is, and you answer the question, and it records it for you, and then it moves on to the very next question, and it works that same way. So it's those same exact questions that are being asked via the one-way interview and then recorded. And then individuals, we have the flexibility of saying, okay, you can retake it, just like if you're recording an answering machine message and you didn't really like it, or if you're in a real live interview and you're like, wait a minute, let me try and add a little bit more to that, or let me try and adjust that slightly and stuff. So you have the opportunity, the candidates have the opportunity of doing that. And they have a window in which time to do that. And then after that's done, that's evaluated by the panel.
Okay, you explain that. So what I get when I apply for campus supervisor is the email, and I'm going to get in there and I'm going to see you asking the questions to me, or am I going to be reading from the email the questions? It's the program to record me answering.
So it's not through the email. It's actually through a specific program, and that program itself, it requires that you read the question right there, and then it records it for you as you're responding into the camera, into your whatever it is. It could be on. Individuals can do it on their smartphone. They could do it on a laptop. They could do it on a tablet. They can do it on a computer. I mean, there's any different type of
technology. They can re-record it again if they don't like what they saw. They can review it. Okay, let's review what you said and things like that. Okay, and then they submit it, and then and that is the fine. Well, and then you can call them again if you consider that you need to do it in person, right?
Yeah.
Kind of second.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Now, the next question, Mr. Scorpan, if you said, I understand the concerns. What are the potential negatives? I understand about efficiency and that helps with the time for the process. What are the potential negatives, and what do you mean when you said, I understand the concerns? Can you expand about those concerns? What would be
and I guess what I meant by that is I understood the concerns that were brought by our classified employees. So through our CSEA bargain unit. So some of the concerns that they brought is they said, you know what if we have issues as they relate to technology? What if there's connectivity issues? What if there some of the issues that they brought up is, what about it being foreign and something that's unfamiliar and that they're not familiar how to do it? Are there people that they can call and get assistance with as it relates to that? Because it is a new transition, and it's a new a way of doing interviews that is maybe foreign to many people. And other things that they talked about. In fact, I'm looking at the agreement right now to refresh my memory. What types of things will be done to provide support for individuals so that the one-way interview doesn't get in the way of them doing well. And we had talked about, okay, well, we will provide training to our current employees to make sure that they understand what to be prepared for during this interview process, and more importantly, how to interview well, like tips on interviewing well and what to be prepared for in the interview. And so it's those types of topics that were brought up as concerns: technology issues, accessibility issues, training issues with new programs, things like that. One of the other things they were concerned about is, well, would the video quality be something that would be marked down, and you know, would the background, let's say, of whatever they're doing, you know, be something that would be marked down? And we said, absolutely not. That's not it. That each, in fact, in the MOU itself, it very clearly states that each candidate is evaluated in an unbiased manner, ensuring that candidates are evaluated, are not evaluated on their video quality or their backgrounds or anything like that. So that gives you kind of a general idea of the concerns that were brought up that we discussed and worked on together.
Okay, so some of the potential negatives we can summarize is access to technology from potential applicants.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, the access to technology would be part of
the
it.
access and the knowledge of the technology process in order to do that. Even though for some, I don't want to say from some of us, it would be easy, right? But for some people, it would be easy. But there is another one. That is one concern. Trustee Stafford, would you like to add something else? You mentioned about screening out. I don't know if you would like to expand on that, how this process
Well,
so to help us make an educated decision.
Well, this company, who is it? Spark Hire.
Right.
What they have no role in screening, right? They're just putting the information, putting this program together, right?
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up, Mr. Bennett. No. They have absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. It's completely handled through district administration and through what I mean by that is through the Human Resources Department only. It is simply just the platform.
What I'm worried about is the potential for people just visually see something without really understanding it, and they may become they may just discard people just by what they see on that screen, so they may never get to the personal part, which could very well bring them over the top. Now, this is great technology. I can see how the efficiency is great and allow you to do some great things. I just worry about you not seeing the people personally, the people that are part of the district, the constituents, having a good shot at you know, this. You throw it out there to everybody under the sun. You know, some people are great at this technology, some people aren't. It's just the way it is. It's
and you're echoing the same concerns, and that's why I'm so glad you said that, because that's why we have an MOU here, is because those are the concerns that we worked out with classified. Is they're saying the same things that you're saying, Mr. Stafford, that they were concerned about. We don't want this new technology to be a hindrance to people that are applying to our members who are applying for positions. And I agree 100%. We don't want that either. And so that's why we talked through potential issues, we talked through concerns, we talked through all of those things. The other important thing that it's important to bear in mind is that even in the MOU, you will see that we didn't do away with the interview panel. The panel still stays the same. So all of the candidates are interviewed in an unbiased manner from the panel, and the same processes and procedures that we utilize through a live interview are still adhered to even in this one-way interview. All of our panel members must attest to the fact that they're going to evaluate people in an unbiased manner. All of the panel members, following every single interview we do, all of the panel members attest to the fact that every single person on that panel was rated the candidates fairly, and that all protected class applicants were provided equal consideration in the hiring process. So that way, to the points that you're making, and again, I agree with you. I'm behind you 100%. You're preaching to the choir on that, because we want to make sure every single employee and every single candidate has a fair shot, and that people aren't screened out because of this. And so that's really what we went through, and that's why we generated this MOU.
Okay. My discomfort for it comes from a different reason. Being a municipal worker back in the days when our applications went in the trash can and they hired who they wanted to. So I really worry about this. It really worries me because if somebody's not monitoring it and somebody gets lazy on this, people are going to be affected, and because they certainly were under the old system. So I see the efficiency part of it. I'm just I'm having trouble with it. That's all I can say.
Well, as I mentioned before, anytime, at any point in time, if any board member would like to come in and sit down, and I'll be happy to go over it with you and show you, because, you know, one of the things that the board has done an excellent job of, and you know this because of the presentations that I've provided as they relate to a hiring, is we really made it as a board and as a district, made a sincere effort to ensure that we're always protecting the rights of all of our candidates and all of our applicants, to make sure that we're hiring candidates that better reflect our student population. And we don't ever want to put a hindrance in the way of that. We actually want to open doors as they relate to that. So anytime you want at all, please, Mr. Stafford or any board member, please come on by. I'd be happy to go through this with you. You can see it, because I want to make sure you all feel comfortable with it.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Stafford, remember that the board can make the decision. We can ask a real interview, the real process, and we can review it if that is a decision of the whole board, right? To review anything, Mr. Skorpanish, as you know, when there are interviews done by administrators, all the notes and everything needs to be turned in, right? In case there is any questions or anything for future review. Are we going to have those videos in an archive, so for future access to review, a random review to ensure and address some potential concerns?
Sure. Well, and thank you, Dr. Rock, because you're 100% correct. When whenever we do even this type of interview, all of the notes, all of the comments, everything that we do, we still keep here in human resources. Now, the other beautiful thing that we've done through the implementation of this is we've also had the opportunity of keeping the actual interviews themselves so that we can refer back to them. And this has been hugely, hugely helpful as it relates to filling some of our positions where, let's say we recruited for a special education teacher, that's a good example, and we hired a group of individuals out of our recruitment, but there was still a group of qualified candidates that remained. It's allowed our hiring managers to go back and look at some of those interviews and still hire out of that pool so they could see who those individuals were as well, which has been really beneficial as well. As to whether or not how long we can keep those interviews, I'm not 100% certain, because that's not something that's housed here. And so we work with the agency on that, but I know for a fact, I believe for a fact it's at least 1 year that we have access to those interviews.
Sounds good. And I can see some potential advantages and benefits for prospective applicants, because as you know, a lot of our applicants, when they interview, they get nervous and sometimes they forget things that they want to add. So this is going to create a better environment for them to really present who they are. And if they forgot to mention something, let's say on the background or experience, something that they have done, they can record it again.
It's also really interesting to see that I was one of the surprises that I saw was how many of the interviews are actually completed at like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I assumed that they would be done sooner, but individuals have the flexibility of doing it at a time when it's convenient for them. And to see this happen I think it's not only been efficient, but from what we can tell so far, it's been beneficial for the applicants that we have. But like I said, one of the things that's in this MOU that we reached an agreement with CSEA is also to do constant surveys and feedbacks of people anonymously, so we can take a look at anything else that people find maybe as a problem, and we can address that immediately.
Okay. One last question I know that you mentioned about training for our current employees if they want to apply to move up, but what about new applicants, people outside of the district, if they need any kind of support or help accessing?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're doing is we're actually doing a training video that we're putting online that should be accessible to anybody.
Yeah,
There's
that's
also an intro and exit video that everyone gets at the beginning, at the end, that we're putting
I had
together.
Dawn bring over one for you too. She was coming over for something else.
Sorry. Give some feedback.
Randy, you're live.
Dr. Freeman, did you have a question?
I appreciate it if you could, because I don't know anything.
Randy, you're not.
Okay, he already muted himself. Yeah. Okay.
So I apologize, Dr. Rouse. So to answer your question, there will be a video that will be available so that both outside candidates and inside candidates can get it. If outside candidates also need technology support, they can also contact the Human Resources Department. We can assist them here. If they need a quiet place to do it and the technology to do it, we have that available here in Human Resources as well. So one of the things we talked about when we developed this MOU with CSEA is making sure that people had resources and availability for support both during regular normal hours and after hours. And that's why we came to an agreement on, well, we'll have a training video that will be available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year if people want to see that. But then during normal business hours, they can contact the Human Resources Department. We can help them personally one-on-one as well there. We also said that when we would share this with people, we would say, don't wait till the last minute when we're not in the office. If you think you need any help, make sure you call and contact us during regular work time and stuff. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Skorpanish. And I just want to summarize, every time that there is a change is not easy, but as long as we ensure the basic principles and values of equal access, we look at equality, equal opportunity of employment, right? That besides that we are legally obligated, for that, one of the principles of the board that we want to provide opportunity to everybody. Yeah, and it seems that has been addressed. Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions? I don't know, Dr. Freeman, do you have a question, sir?
No, sir, I don't. I was dealing with one of my family members. I apologize. I apologize for that.
Not a problem, Dr. Freeman. Yeah, that's okay. I thought you have a question. Any of the other board members, Mr. Trustee Nelson or Trustee Vallejo, do you have any questions?
Oh yeah, actually, I have a quick question. Is this what we're going to be doing from now on? And can candidates opt out for it or no?
So that's a great question. And one of the things that's really important is, and it goes along with what Dr. Russ had just said a minute ago, is that we're making sure that we're evaluating all of our candidates through an equal access opportunity. And so what we want to do is, and this is part of the discussion when we developed the MOU too, part of the discussion is we didn't want to say, okay, well, this person does it through a live interview and then this person does it through, but this person can opt out and do it through the one-way interview or vice versa, that the process would be the same for all candidates. So there wouldn't be an opt-out option as it relates to that. But what we would do rather is make sure that all those individuals had support they needed to do to complete that one-way interview correctly. And if that meant live hand in hand while they do it here in our office, then we could schedule that too.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent question, Trustee Vallejo. And Mr. Skorpanish will trigger one more question, and I'm sure the answer is yes. I'm sure any potential applicant with a disability, with any kind of disability, if that cannot be accessible to them, there are going to be some exceptions, right, in order to provide that opportunity, just in case we have somebody with a potential disability.
Yeah, you are absolutely right, Dr. Rouse. In fact, that is, I'm looking at it right now. It's item 3 on the MOU, reasonable accommodations. It's right there spelled out.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, everybody. If we don't have any other questions, we are going to proceed to vote on item 13.4. No questions? Okay, let's vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
No.
And Trustee Arauz? Aye. Let's please vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4 in favor and 1 against this action item. Is that how we say one against or one no? 5 yes, 4 yes.
One opposed usually.
One opposed. Okay, yes. Okay, upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0 in favor and 1 opposed. The next action item is 13.5, approval to restore field supervisor nutrition services position work year funded through nutritional service, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Stafford and Trustee Nelson. Are there any questions or comments regarding this item? Hearing none, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Araux, aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next action item 13.6, personnel, new job description, communications and community relations specialist, and authorization to recruit funded.
This was
this one was pulled out. Yes.
We pulled that
one.
one.
So this one doesn't apply to this agenda because the agenda was approved without 13.6. I apologize for the oversight. Let's go to 13.7. A new job description, district nursing coordinator, and authorization to recruit, funded through COVID funds, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman? Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Vallejo? Okay. Are there any questions or comments regarding this action item 13.7?
I have questions and comments, but we have currently 2 nurses, and how many health techs do we have? Grant, do you know offhand?
We have 1 in each school, so I believe we have 6 right now.
6. Okay. So we talked about this when we went over the agenda, and for budgetary concerns and the size of the district we are, I question that we need to have a supervisor that supervises. Well, that's a total of 8 people, but 2 only actual nurses. So I don't really fully see the need for this right now. I'm trying to consider, yes, Liberty's coming online, and maybe we need, but we're not going to be fully in operation there yet. So I just don't know if that now is the time for this. So if you want to strengthen the position for this, that's I'm willing to listen, and I think the public should know, because anytime we're creating new positions and we haven't settled other issues, it's not. I don't like to go that route. So.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the other trustees or comments? No? Okay. So I just want to add to what Trustee Stafford is mentioning. So we are looking to have a district nursing coordinator for 2 nurses. Probably if we are missing something, if that can be explained to us, that is one question. The other one is we just finished making adjustments to our staff. We eliminated some positions, some TOSAs, teachers on special assignments, providing support to our teachers to support the students because we had a deficit, right? And now we are trying to get a new new position, a coordinator, a supervisor. So how can we justify, or what are the not only the benefits but the comparison, the analysis of we make a decision to eliminate some positions, and now we are looking into hiring this. We just balance that. The second one that is really important to me, and I think this is the first time that I presented it in open session, is something really important that Trustee Stafford just mentioned. He said, I brought up this concern, right, in our private meeting. Uh, I would like, and I have been proposing this for years, that everything that is discussed at the private meeting that is shared with the whole board, because we want to know the different perspectives of the different board members. I might have an idea, I might see things from one perspective, but let's say, hypothetically speaking, Trustee Vallejo is the one that I'm seeing here on the screen. Discusses that in a meeting with the superintendent and bring her concerns. And I can say if it's shared with the whole board, because that's what the board is, right? To discuss, to analyze issues. I can say, hey, how come I didn't think about that? So that can even make me rationalize better, right? And if I was not supporting a certain item, I can say that makes completely sense. I cannot believe I didn't think and I didn't see at it from that perspective. Thank you for bringing that up. So I have been asking for every discussion or every perspective has been presented in a private meeting to be shared with all of us, so we become more knowledgeable. And this is a perfect example, right? Because I don't know, Trustee Stafford said I brought that up, but I don't know. We don't know in what depth that was brought up and what was the answer to that question. So that is something really important from the perspective of transparency, from the perspective of being very clear and be very open to the ideas and the exchange of ideas in terms of our functions that are really important, because we are affecting students, we are affecting the educational process of students. I think that is something that we can look into that. And that is my own perspective, right? That's my opinion. I don't know what the other board members think about this. And I think that is the objective of the board meeting, right? To discuss this, to discuss it as a board, right? Not only to come here and finalize something and just put the stamp there and say, yeah, that's okay to everything. So that is the essence of the democratic process in with transparency.
No, I understand that, Dr. Rouse.
Yeah,
that's what the board meetings are for that open discussion with our public. We have to be careful with we're disseminating questions and answers from board members throughout the thing because of the Brown Act and having a serial meeting. If you're putting, if I say, Mr. Stafford asks about this kind of information, here's the information, then it's getting into being more of a serial meeting, and we have to be careful with that. That's why at an open session board meeting, that's where the discussions happen, that we get those real concrete things in place for us, so everybody can understand.
Yeah. No, and I completely understand that, Mr. Bennett, but with all due respect, I haven't seen that in any board meeting, that has been presented to all of us. Trustees, a summary. Trustee Stafford asked about this question, and this is the answer. Trustee Vallejo asked about this question, and this is the answer. Can we follow that process? Maybe I missed it.
No, that's what the individual board member would come to the meeting and say, I want to know this, and then we'd be able to share that information with the whole board sitting there. And I have talked about that with its discussions that have been done in
with everybody and the questions. Okay. Okay.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead,
It just seems, you know, we get a little time, short time to review this, and we don't discuss it as a board, is what you're just saying. That's what the board meeting is for, is to bring it all to the board and do it all right here. These, as Dr. Rao was saying, it doesn't cover all the ramifications. After you voted, you think, well, wait a minute, you know, wait a minute, we already have that, or no, we shouldn't have done that. So it's putting us on the spot here. And there's been no, like your other things, you give presentations, you give the oral reports. Here's 2 new positions that there's no oral report. There's no saying, well, how was this done? You know, it's just not presented. And something this important and salaries this high, with the other issues we're dealing with, deficit and, you know, negotiations and everything else, we can't put this before that. That's just not right. I don't see. We're still at a deficit. We're supposed to be in a hiring freeze, yet here we are with creating new positions. Now, where am I wrong there? I must be wrong.
Are we missing something? Let's focus, go back to this personnel action item, Mr. Bennett.
You are missing something.
Yeah.
What is it?
It says that this is being funded through COVID funds, not the general fund. It's the second to last paragraph. Also,
for how many years?
Go ahead, Dr. Freeman.
I said, and I understand what both of you gentlemen are saying, and I totally disagree. For those reasons that Mr. Bennett gave, and for the fact that every time I want to have a private conversation with him, if I'm going to have to expect that it's going to be repeated to everybody else, I'm not going to do it. I meet with him on this. I meet him on an agenda review. Is he going to have to every question I might ask him about that to anybody to go off and bring it up again? No. I think that this is a non-issue because it's not permitted by the Brown Act.
I don't understand you. I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Can you clarify some? I'm listening. I
thought I was speaking very clearly. I don't know what I disagree. It is not permitted. What he was talking about, as Mr. Bennett explained, that it is not permitted under the Brown Act. And if I'm going to have a private conversation with the superintendent regarding something, it's not going to go. It's a private conversation. And that's what it's supposed to be, private.
No, I'm talking about something completely different then.
No, it doesn't sound like
I'm talking about, you said this was funded by the COVID. For how long? Then it becomes our reoccurring cost. That's what I'm talking about.
And you are correct with that. We have COVID funds for 3 years. And after that point, it would become a district expense to continue that position.
So let's have some respect for the people that are working.
If we decide to fund it in 3 years.
You know, who knows who's going to be here in 3 years to go back over this in the first place? Come on now. That's ridiculous. We're here to make the decision, so let's make the decision. Let's don't say, well, in 3 years, and all of us are gone. Who's going to know this conversation even happened? Ms. Vallejo doesn't know half of the stuff that has gone through our hands and what we have to do. So let's not mince words here. Let's not mince words here.
Yeah, that is the concern, and I share the same concern with Trustee Stafford, Mr. Bennett. And Dr. Freeman, yes, I noticed that it was funded through COVID funds, but that basically is the duration is just 3 years. Is there going to be a clause on that contract for that for the district nursing coordinator that is going to be only for 3 years. After those 3 years, we are going to continue to pay if we are going to keep the position. There is nothing mentioned in that. So it is presented to us as a funded through COVID funds. But that's why it's kind of, I don't want to say misleading, right? Just to get it approved because it's not the case. But we come back to the same element that I was talking about being completely transparent. And I just want to add one more thing in terms of that. And if that is not the case, if I'm wrong, we can discuss this later on. When I'm talking about private conversations, it's not about if you are asking a question about you at the private level. It's probably a conversation in the office about district business related to the agenda that we need to have that discussion to us. And I want to know what is being told about that district business to another board member that is told to me also, that is explained. And I'm just asking for the opportunity to get the big idea. And if something that I didn't think about and another board member thought about it, I'm interested in knowing that. And I don't think that is something, probably that private conversation is not the right word because it's not about your private issues or private discussions. I don't know how to explain it, but if it's related to district business, I want to know, basically, in the answers and the questions, and I want to go in depth. But that is another thing that I apologize for bringing that up during this action item. This is not, I'm not going to discuss that anymore because the action item is about the district nursing coordinator.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Skorpanich to add about this position, why we're looking at this position more.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And to answer some of your questions, Mr. Stafford, because you had asked about that in terms of this discussion on the agenda item, I'm always happy to answer any of the questions that are action items that are here and answer any questions that you may have related to that. So a couple of things. One of the things that we found over the last year was we found that actually that we have 2 district nurses like you had talked about, or 2 school nurses. Both of those school nurses are part of the certificated bargain unit, which means that they have a finite number of days that they work, in their case 202, and they work an 8-hour workday. They're non-exempt employees, which means that if we needed them to adjust their schedule to work on a Saturday, or if we needed them to work later in the evening, or we needed them to be on call, then we're obligated to pay them for all of that extra time that we do. And over this last year, I can tell you that we in the Perris Union High School District are fortunate to have 2 amazing school nurses, and Ms. Escobar and Ms. Huerta. They are incredible, and they have done a ton over the last year. One of the things that we analyzed, and this came from PSEA themselves, is they said, you know what we're hearing from our nurses that are represented by PSEA is that the work that they have to do is overwhelming for 2 nurses within 1 school district. And PSEA was really advocating to get a 3rd school nurse. And so we looked at it and we analyzed that, and we compared ourselves to other school districts, other high school districts in Southern California. And when in looking at that, what we found is some of the school districts that are by us have quite a few more school nurses than we do. Chaffee Union High School District, for example, has 9 school nurses that are certificated for a student population that's twice ours. So twice our population, and yet over 4 times as many school nurses that were there. Escondido Union High School District has twice as many school nurses as we have for a population just about the same size as ours. Huntington Beach is a little larger than us, but has 6 school nurses within there. One of the things that's unique with the Perris Union High School District as opposed to others, though, is that we actually do really rely heavily on the professionalism of our school nurses. And we expect our school nurses to train our health techs. We expect our school nurses to train other school nurses. And yet they don't get compensated anything extra for that or anything more than that. And so what we felt would benefit our students and benefit our community is, rather than simply adding one more school nurse and having 3 school nurses, but still dealing with the same issues as they relate to availability on weekends, availability in late hours, availability beyond an 8-hour day, would and actually training peers as opposed to training someone that they supervise, would be to add this management position and extend the number of days. One of the dilemmas that we find is that, one of the dilemmas that we encountered this summer specifically is we wanted to expand our summer school program. Our nurses said, hey, wait a minute, time out. That's really a time when I can actually work in hospitals, and I can actually make more money on a per diem basis working in a hospital than I can at an hourly rate as a school nurse on those non-work days as a certificated employee. And so in analyzing all of the data, we said it would really be beneficial for our district and for our kids specifically, is if we did have, rather than adding one more nurse, adding a nurse that was a management position that could train the other nurses, that could also provide nursing services to our students, that could be available at different times of the day and different days of the week, that could be available during an extended work day and extended work year, excuse me, and making sure that all of the needs of our students are being met. We do have that COVID money that's available right now, so that's why this position would be funded through that COVID money. But the questions that the board asked are absolutely true. What do we do when that money runs out? That's a determination that we as a district could make at that time by creating this type of a position. If we created just another school nurse position, we would still be faced with the exact same dilemma. And so it allows us the opportunity of better meeting the needs of our kids and better meeting the needs of our staff that need that support. It isn't a situation where this person oversees a department of 2 people. It really is overseeing all of the nursing and health services for our entire district. And that means assisting with our health assistants, assisting with our nurses, doing the training, ensuring that everything is up to date the way that it's supposed to by all of the codes that go along with that. The salary itself seems like a high salary, but when you actually look at our school nurses' salary as it currently exists for they work a 202-day schedule, annual calendar, as opposed to a 215-day annual calendar. And their range in their salary goes from $66,000 at the low end to nearly $126,000 on the high end. So when you take that and you make it at a per diem basis and go to 215 days on a per diem basis, it's just slightly higher than what a regular school nurse makes. But that slightly higher amount is because of the responsibility of overseeing the program, providing the training to all of our staff that need that training, that provide those services to our students. So that's why this is something that's completely different. I'm going to kick it over to Mr. Bruff because it's really the Educational Services Department position. And I'm sure you have more information than I shared on this.
Yeah, I just want to again extol our amazing nurses that we've had, and I know the board has thanked them, and we've all thanked them through this amazing year. But even in a regular year, we often have temp sub nurses that have to come on board because we have a special ed student that might have a particular medical need for a short period, or a new special ed student that has needs. And so our nurses are constantly training temp nurses that we bring on to make sure that there are good, safe protocols in place for our special ed students. In addition, we're adding an additional high school. And remember, with our nurse ratios, you have health techs, but the nurses rove and cover 3 schools each right now in case there's an emergency that flares up. Well, we know our ratios are very low, as Mr. Skorpanich said, and the union brought that to our attention. As we add that 4th school and think about the geographic distance, it does, ask the question, is an additional nurse reasonable? And we feel like it is. And then to have all of these schools, to have procedures that are consistent, because with medical things, and particularly after the advent of COVID, it's really important that we have consistent procedures. And that's the reason that this manager would oversee the consistency of the protocols. They also have to review doctor's orders whenever we get a change in the student's medical plan. they call the doctor and they work with that doctor to make sure that the doctor's orders are clear and understandable. Then they have to go back to the site and make sure that anyone who might engage that student, say a student that has seizure orders or medication orders, this is very sophisticated and potentially dangerous work that you want a manager to make sure that that process is consistent and each nurse coming on board is trained in a cohesive and systematic way. You know, there are just lots of things that our nurses are doing. This year in particular, there were some times when we had to update our CSP plan very quickly. And our nurses put in so many extra hours to make sure, like a long weekend, to make sure that Monday, some of those procedures were clearly written out. They did a video training over a weekend. And again, we time carded them, but many of these things are sort of managerial in that we are asking them to do things, as Mr. Scripan said, after hours in a very short time. And so really this is out of respect for the work and the expertise and the training that they bring, you know, in their outside profession and share with us to support our students. So we'd be happy to answer other questions, but again, this is to educate you with these wonderful questions, but also to thank the wonderful nurses that have given us such amazing service.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Groff.
Thank you, Mr. Groff. I really appreciate this expanding on the explanation. And that's what I was talking about when we said, are we missing something? That's what we were missing. Yes. A explicit, perfect explanation, rationale on why we are having this this position. I was not missing that it was funded through COVID funds. It's very clear, right? I could have missed that. Nobody could have missed that. This is what it was missing because we were not provided with that until now, right? And I really, really appreciate that. So we can make an educated decision. And when we approve an item, we do it with knowledge. We know what we are approving, and we have rationalized our decision, and we can say, yes, this is going to benefit our students, how you mentioned. We need to ensure that they, all the process are monitored and that they are that we are in compliance with everything that is there from the medical perspective. And definitely that is something, if it's going to benefit our students, that is something that is, that's what I was interested. Remember when we mentioned about the filter of our decisions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ruff, can I ask you a question? You might know, you may not, so don't.
Yes, sir.
So what, or Grant may know, what is the response time of our closest fire station to Liberty?
Oh gosh, I don't know that I know off the.
I mean, I don't want to expect you to. I'm just thinking in terms of.
Believe it or not, I think you might be the person that would know that better than any of us because you probably know a lot about fire response times.
Well, they're going to be your medical. So here's now in an emergency. Heritage was close to Station 56, Engine 56. Grant knows that, and we had that terrible highway. Yeah. So it's just a matter of now we have multiple things to look at, and I appreciate the nurses so much. I mean, there's nothing. I have nothing. The nurses always took care of us first before anybody, so they're the greatest people ever. But I can see the need in the future. I don't see it right this minute. You're helping. You're really helping with what you're saying, though. So I feel that this one. I don't see the harm in just waiting till next tabling this and waiting till next meeting. Is there some rush that would that hinder us pretty badly, or was that going to, Kirk? Is that going to be a problem?
Well, I think that our hope in terms of wanting to recruit the position, our hope is that we would be fully staffed before students return in August. And August is a really, really busy time for us. And so because we do have amazing school nurses, and let's say we chose one of those internal people for this position, then that means we would also have to backfill that one and stuff. So it's our hope that we have them all on board by the beginning of the school year, but ultimately it's the board's decision. We're going to go with whatever you want.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'd like to ask the question. Go ahead, Grant. I'm sorry.
If we're not flying this position, we're going to need to fly a regular nurse position. Then that could become problematic if we do come back and try to move this, have this position okayed. That makes sense.
What do you mean fly a regular one?
Well,
somebody leaving, or?
No, we're going to need to expand our nurse service with the new high school coming in and the travel between. So we don't want to hire a regular nurse and then come back and say, well, we want to hire this management position, because the management position will still be a school nurse. They'll be traveling doing a caseload also, but they just have expanded duties.
In addition to the emergency situations that arrive to our board members, there are also vision and hearing screenings that have to take place at each school. So with the addition of an additional school, even though the number of kids might be the same, the logistics of adding lots of additional screening. So we will need that third person to cover the state requirements that are, mandated.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions? Dr. Rao?
No, I just want to again say thank you. I ditto what you said, Trustee Stafford and Mr. Brough, about recognizing the wonderful job that our school nurses are doing, and that makes perfect sense. We are creating a new high school. The logistics are going to be affected, and the bottom line is we want to provide the best possible service to our students if we can afford them, right? And if we can afford them. There's still the question there: what is going to happen after we run out, or when we don't receive the COVID funds? Mr. Scorpani, you mentioned that is going to be a board decision. What about if we are in the same because right now we just balance our budget with all the positions that we eliminated. So probably we can go to another round to analyze, set up priorities if we cannot afford them. We don't know. We might be able to do it right now with the budget. We don't even know what our final budget for next year is going to be. So we might be able to do it, but at this time we are able to afford that, and that is going to benefit our students, and that's what we are here about. But at the same time, we are making responsible decisions, because otherwise, without knowledge of what we are doing, it would be irresponsible, at least for me as a board member, to make a decision without the knowledge. So thank you for providing that and for helping us make an educated decision for the benefit of our students.
Yeah. Okay.
Are there any other comment or question from the other trustee members? I cannot see everybody on the screen.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee Nelson.
Nothing from me.
Thank you, Trustee Dr. Freeman.
I have no questions either.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Okay, so if we don't have any questions, we have the two motions. We are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
I believe you're muted.
I'm sorry, I'm muted. Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. So now, please, let's proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Thank you. Next item is also an action item, 13.8, personnel. Request to submit an application for a provisional internship permit for Annalisa Hensley. No fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman and Trustee Stafford. Are there
No,
any?
that was Trustee Nelson.
Trustee Nelson, I'm sorry. Yeah, Trustee Dr. Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Are there any questions or comments regarding this action item? Just one, probably Mr. Skorpanish. What is the what kind of internship? What is the position that we are for Annalisa?
It's American Sign Language. It says right below at Heritage High School, American Sign Language.
That's correct. It's ASL, Dr.
Okay,
Ross.
okay. I'm sorry, I was not able to.
Not a problem. I just wanted to bring it to your
The
attention.
explanation below. Yes. Yeah. I don't have it here on the what I have here. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. If there are no questions, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's proceed to vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next action item is, 13.9, is also an action personnel item. Request to submit an application for a provisional internship permit for Tamara Herring, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
No, second then. I'll second.
Okay, Trustee Stafford and Trustee Nelson. Now I'm able to see that this is for a full-time mild to moderate special ed teacher at Pinacari Middle School.
And one thing, Dr. I just would like to add in here.
Yes, sir.
Tamara's coming out of the classified staff. She was a paraprofessional previously, and it's great that we get to promote somebody from classified into a teaching position.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to vote for approving the application for Tamara to get her internship permit. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.10 is also an action item, but is related to curriculum, local control accountability plan, and annual update for 21-22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson.
Second.
Trustee Stafford. Any questions or comments regarding the LCAP? This is the district LCAP, right, Mr. Ray?
Yeah, we went through quite a bit last week. I don't know if we need more.
No, it's just plenty. Yeah, we review it. Okay, let's vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.11, Building and Grounds, Architectural Services Proposal from PJHM Architects, Incorporated for the design of the Perris Lake High School, NPR, remodel and improvement project, funded through the Local Control Accountability Plan and Career Technical Education Incentive Grant at an estimated cost of $153,750, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford.
Second. Give it to her. Ladies first.
Trustee Vallejo. Second.
Second, yeah.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.12 is also Building and Grounds, agreement with Tri-R Gen Contractors, Incorporated for the Perris Lake High School Video Production Portables Remodel Project, funded through the Local Control Accountability Plan and Career Technical Education Incentive Grant at a cost not to exceed $43,100, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman and Trustee Nelson. First, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.13 is also buildings and grounds. Agreement with Tri-RGN Contractors Incorporated for the Perris Lake High School Portable 3 and Office Portable Improvement Project. Funded through the Local Control Accountability Plan, Supplemental and Concentration Funds at a total cost not to exceed $42,200, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson.
Second.
And Trustee Stafford second. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.14, business, adoption of the 21-22 district budget. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman second. We had a presentation about the district budget last board meeting. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, let's vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was the vote was 5-0. 13.15, business, resolution number 25, 2021, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Perris Union High School District authorizing the issuance of Perris Union High School District, Riverside County, general obligation bonds, 2012 election, Series C, and actions related thereto, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman. Any questions or comments? Okay, so we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.16 is also an action item from the Business Department. Resolution number 26, 2021. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Perris Union High School District authorizing the issuance of Perris Union High School District, Riverside County 2021 general obligation refunding bonds and actions related thereto, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Aye. So moved. Second then.
Trustee Dr. Freeman.
That was good, David.
Trustee Dr. Freeman, and then second by Trustee Nelson. Okay, and we have an excellent presentation also about this item. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next three items are information items. 14.1, business, revolving cash report for the month of May 2021. 14.2, board policies, business and non-structural operations, series 3000. And 14.3, board policies related to facilities, Series 7000. The next item is 15.1, closed session if necessary.
Not necessary this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. 16.1 doesn't apply because it's reconvening public session. Next item, 17.1, other items by our superintendent, Mr. Bennett.
The only thing I want to make sure to share with the board is about 5 or 6 years ago, the board had put in where we don't have a meeting in July. We're dark in July, so we have no meeting scheduled. If something comes up drastic, and we would schedule either a special board meeting or an emergency board meeting if something came up. But if we're looking now, we wouldn't be doing that. We may have a few more ratifications on the meeting in August just because there's things we have to do to open school.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Sure.
Anything else, sir?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Other items by the Board of Trustees, Trustee Vallejo.
I just want to say thank you to Fred and Hector for doing that presentation on the traffic and street improvements for the Liberty High School. That is actually very interesting to learn about, and I'm glad that you both are very confident about the whole layout. So I'm very glad, and I learned a lot about the streets and the layout and the traffic. So that's actually really important to know as well, especially in that area where Liberty High School is. But thank you so much for that information, or for the whole presentation. That actually helped a lot, so thank you. And I also want to congratulate Kirk for his certification. That is actually great. Good job. And I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Dr. Freeman.
I have nothing at this time. Just wish everybody a happy, hot summer.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Nelson.
I'm going to ditto what Dr. Freeman said. Just have a nice summer and stay cool and stay safe. And we'll see you guys at the beginning of school next year.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Stafford.
Same for me. Everybody have a good summer. Be safe, and we'll see you. If you need me, Grant, text me. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. And I just want to veto on everything that the other trustee, the board members mentioned. Happy summer, enjoy it, and we'll see you here in the next 21-22 school year. Thank you. Okay, so our last action item of this regular board meeting is to adjourn the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman, and second by Trustee Stafford. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz. Aye. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0, and this meeting is adjourned at 7:35 p.m.